Okay. Thank you, members. Good afternoon. I call the Committee of Supply Section C to order. We are meeting today to continue the consideration of the budget estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. I now recognize the Minister.
Do I have to read the amounts in again? Okay. So just to read back in, this is for vote number 46. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $213,767,000 be granted to His Majesty's to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, Ministry operations to March 31st, 2025. And if my friend across the way wants us to talk about the floating lodge issue from yesterday, happy to do that now or at any point in our conversation this afternoon. Oh.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you very much, Chair, and great to get going here today. Yeah, look forward to the answer on that. And maybe we should just start there, Chair, if it pleases the Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, and apologies for not having this in hand yesterday. A very specific tenure question, and an important one for the residents that are have some of these tenures. So this is in the Nootka Sound we were talking about yesterday. There are currently 20 floating cabins in remote locations. Obviously, if we're talking Nootka Sound up on the coast, 18 are under the Land Act, 2 of which are for commercial fishing lodges. The remainder are for cabins, water access only cabins, obviously. Cougar Creek is rec site and trails, which I think we did talk about yesterday, which exists under the Ministry of Environment. Use of the facilities there is not intended for long-term parking. So it's been a workaround, is my understanding, that residents have been using the rec site and trails for the storage of trailers and trucks and whatnot, and then accessing their floating boats. We are engaging with the residents to try to find a workaround, because the rec site and trail option is not a great one, because it then takes up that space for people who want to actually use the rec site and trails. So it's recommended that Nootka Sound Cabin Association pursue a Land Act tenure application, which we would facilitate with. Could be for a community dock or marina, and I believe there are other such situations around the coast where community members get together, form, they already have an association, and then apply for a Land Tenure Act, and then we can look at a community dock, and that would be something that we would lean in on, try to find a good resolution to this, because obviously the facilities as they're being used weren't intended for that particular use. So if we can help, we're leaning in to help. And I apologize for mischaracterizing some of this yesterday.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. No need for an apology. So just to be clear, I think we decided yesterday that the question might be best posed to Environment, but is the Minister suggesting, Chair, that we could involve this ministry to help navigate this? Again, this really is purely an issue of access and, of course, a safety concern, as I explained yesterday. The alternative to Cougar Creek is 42 kilometers, I believe, of travel, and it would be, frankly, in a time that probably Cougar Creek is not receiving a bunch of use, because the real concern is winter. I think most of the concern centers around trying to travel that 42 kilometers when it's very cold, and sort of a matter of time before a boat breaks down and they're out there alone. So I would love to hear the Minister say that we could include him in this conversation.
Minister.
Yeah, happy to, and let's direct the conversations towards Walrus. I don't think we need to involve Environment, even though they have the rec site authorities. What we're seeking and what we're recommending is the application for a tenure that would come through us. And if we're in dialogue with the community, we can talk about all those times of year and whatever issues are going on, but happy to have that conversation going.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. We'll do exactly that. As the Minister said, there is already an association there, so I will certainly guide that association and that group of homeowners to your office. Yesterday, Chair, we were talking a little bit about measurements of water, etc. I want to go back to that comment or those questions and just wrap up there with only a few more questions about aquifers. So we kind of ended at that point. Now, there is a reason I'm asking, and this is going to go to, why or how water restrictions come into place. Now, full disclosure, I'm going to ask about Westwald and better understand what happened in Westwald last year, Chair. And I guess what I'm very curious about, first off, is how are those levels being monitored and measured? I mean, I know that we are now in a position where we can measure groundwater through, new regulation and that kind of thing. But I also know that many of those wells are not monitored in any way. So maybe if we could just start with clarity around how those levels are monitored and get some sort of a sense of where they are now due to drought.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thanks. Just a clarifying question, and we'll come back with some more detail. When my friend's asking about how things are being monitored, both the aquifer in general and individual wells, one or the other, just to have some understanding.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Yeah, I would think that the wells are a mechanism to measure, output, certainly, of course. Certainly that's not going to give us any information with respect to, the quantity of water inside the aquifer. And certainly that's what I'm most interested in. I think that the conversation becomes a very serious one when we do talk to, food producers, whether they be ranchers or whether they be vegetable growers. The most important thing, of course, is water. And so to be put in a position where your water is reduced or cut off completely, obviously that really is the end of that operation, potentially for that summer, right? Although there was much talk about hoping for rain in here yesterday, that wasn't the case last year. So anyhow, the point that I guess I'm trying to get at is a better understanding of how those levels are monitored and what would encourage any kind of restrictions on an aquifer.
Minister of Waterland and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple things. One is, this has been a building exercise. We talked about this a bit yesterday, that historically the province has not had, I would argue, a sound understanding of the health of aquifers around BC. And one might speculate that was because it wasn't needed. But you can't manage what you can't measure. And so there's a number of things we do. We use satellite telemetry. We also use what are called observation wells that the province has to be able to immediately source how an aquifer is doing. And when an application comes in for a new groundwater draw, we put that together in trying to understand how well is the aquifer doing. Also questions around its recharge rate, which again we canvassed a bit yesterday. Some aquifers recharge very well with precipitation, others much more slowly. And so those are all the factors that come in when permitting a new well out. How much is being drawn? What's the current health and state of the aquifer? How fast does it recharge? And all of those are put in to understand whether the aquifer can sustain a more water draw within any particular area. And then that goes across the entire province as we build up our knowledge and understanding, aquifer by aquifer, region by region. So it's a ton of work. It's really important work, and the information we get from water license users is critical because our ability to understand their own usage rates, put that all together, and how much are we pulling from the ground right now, and is it sustainable? You can issue more licenses, but if there isn't water coming into the well at the end of the day, it defeats the entire purpose of being able to manage for water, especially in times of drought or scarcity.
Caribou Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister. I just want to ask maybe a couple of follow-up questions on that. So this is just, I suppose, for curiosity purposes. How many aquifers are there in the province? I'd be curious to know that. And I think the Minister referred to using wells to measure the water. So is it simply as simple as drilling a hole into the earth and we dip the tank, so to speak, and try to get a better understanding of water? I'd be curious if the Minister could explain those two items.
Minister.
Great questions. More than 1,200 that we know of. There will be some that we do not have information of simply because they're very, very deep, or they're in very, very remote northern areas, one would suspect, where there isn't anybody drawing from those aquifers. Those ones we'd be much, much less familiar with. But there's 1,200. And a question was put about these observation wells, which are all, I don't know if they're all linked by satellite, but many of them are linked by satellite, so we have real-time data. And what we can learn from those observation wells is what is the recharge rate like, what's the water pressure coming in to the well. Those are the kinds of things that can describe around an aquifer its health and recharge and vitality and all of those types of things. So that's our approach, and this is, again, a scaling up program from the government. I can't speak to what it was like a decade or 2 decades ago, but one would easily assume it was much less. And with increasing interest around drought and flood issues and groundwater issues, this is why we need a robust licensing program to be able to understand, again, who's drawing how much, and that we can all draw enough that we don't deplete the aquifer completely out like we've seen to the south, where there's been oversubscription of certain aquifers. The Ogala comes to mind, and others, where they're recharged. They're in significant trouble. We don't want to end up in that place.
Caribou Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that information. Maybe just to get into a couple of specifics about what happened in Westwold. The situation there obviously must have been fairly dire for the ministry to, impose stop watering orders in that area. I have 2 questions on that specifically. I'd be interested in understanding, first off, what aquifer that is, if it has a name, how it was measured, and what encouraged the minister to make a decision there.
Minister.
So the aquifer that we're talking about, just with respect to Westfold, is aquifer 289, and the well. We've talked a little bit about this before. The observation well was well number 45. All of the wells, all the observation wells around BC are on a public website, maintained and updated frequently, called G, as in ground, wells, gwells.bc.ca, is that correct? We'll double check the website, but that's all available. So the question as to what happened, this of course, my colleague from Caribou will know, was a transition over from Forest to Walrus last year. So Forest was managing this file into and up through this conversation and was transferred over in October to WLRS. There were 4 wells that were used, one right in Westfold and then 3 others that were connected and help monitor the Salmon River, which is the river that we're talking about. There are prescriptions under the Water Sustainability Act, the 2016 Act, that if critical habitat, if water drops below a certain point in a river like this was affecting Thompson River Chinook, that spawn into the Salmon River, that a number of things are done first in terms of voluntary concessions, drawing less water, and the last resort is the issuance of these temporary protection orders that come in. Just flash forward to today, or recently, I believe it was in the last month, our partner ministry at Agriculture has held some town halls, or at least one town hall in Westfold. We've got correspondence from the community saying how much better this is to have these early conversations, understanding how the acts work, knowing where the wells are, all of those kinds of things. And this is what we're trying to do in many places in the province, particularly in a bit of a triaged manner, knowing where there's challenges. Westfold would be one of those places in terms of enough water and the scarcity. So this is the path that we need to take: early and frequent conversations with communities and user groups, so that everybody understands how this works and what can be done well in advance of the moment of drought, in the moments of scarcity. And this flashes back to what we talked about yesterday, Chair, in terms of the newly announced $83 million to help farmers keep more water on the land, which was in addition to the $20 million that was already announced, to help farmers do exactly that, ranchers, farmers, and other user groups, to keep more water back. So when the rain does fall, we're able to hold it for times when it does not. And I'll leave it at that.
Member for Caribou, Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions to that then. I heard the minister say a couple of things there. One, that we were monitoring aquifer 289 with 4 different wells. But then, and this is frankly where I found much confusion in the community last year. I then heard reference to the Salmon River and its levels and how it was affecting salmon. And so that's really what I'm trying to understand better, I guess, Chair, is that distinction between what would have motivated those watering restrictions. Was it the level in the Salmon River, or was it the level in the aquifer? Because I would consider those to be 2 very different things. I guess if I could get clarity to that, Chair, I'd appreciate it.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is good. I've been tempted to take a hydrology course just on the side. Maybe we're having one today. So the Salmon River reached critically low levels. We have science that proves that aquifers are connected to, in that part of the world, are connected to the river itself. 95% of the draw is for irrigation. And when the temporary orders were put in, the river did rebound in terms of levels. So there's a aquifer connected to river level science that we rely upon, and those two things being connected, once we hit those critically low levels and voluntary concessions were not doing the trick, again, this is a last resort option for government. Then at that time, Ministry of Forests issued the temporary prevention orders, restrictions.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Minister. So just so that I'm completely clear, it was actually then the drop in the Salmon River that started the prevention orders. Okay, thank you very much for that. What is that, Chair? What is the, I don't want to get too comfortable in here. What is the level of that aquifer now? And I'm curious to know also because, Chair, we did talk a little bit yesterday about different levels throughout the province. I'm curious to know what sort of situation the Salmon River is in going forward and what sort of predictions the Minister may have with respect to any kind of watering restrictions, et cetera, in that area.
Minister.
Welcome, Chair. This is not to the minute data, but the current state of the aquifer was the first part of the question. And for those following along at home, this is aquifer 289, is stable and increasing right now. It is recharging, which is good. The history of the Salmon River is that it has had a number of protection orders, temporary protection orders in years past. These come out of the Water Sustainability Act. It is a river given over to these low levels, critically low levels, in which salmon can no longer survive. There is the difference, and I mentioned this a bit before, is that these early conversations, particularly led by agriculture, which I think is the right ministry to have those roundtables with farmers, rather than ourselves or in the past forests, which we have the authorities on the temporary restriction orders and whatnot, but the conversation piece is critical. One thing that we are standing up is a drought advisory table, and that will be walrus within the community, bringing the farming and ranching community into that advisory table as participants to talk about how we're looking, so that it's not, the first time you should hear from us is not when we're starting to issue these temporary orders. People are hearing from us now. They've heard from us a month ago through our partners at Ag, and that we think is a better way, because I would argue that the challenge of drought is a collective challenge. And the solutions will therefore be collective, and the best solutions often come from the local communities. And that's why we're trying to support farmers more, as I've mentioned in the past. But having that table set up well in advance of talking about restrictions is much better, and giving the community, farmers, water users, as much information as we have, and the most up-to-date as to the health or the threats that we're facing with respect to drought.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. I appreciate those answers. I want to spend just a couple of seconds on the actual fining mechanism itself. I don't know where that comes from, if that comes from, I know last year it came from forests, and obviously there was a lot of unrest, there was a lot of confusion also to the orders themselves. And I could see when I visited there where the confusion was. The confusion, frankly, was around a food system, that part of it could be watered and other parts of it couldn't be. And I don't know whether those came from the forestry office or whether they came from EMCR. Now, I have had conversation, certainly with respect to Bill 31 and new measures that come under Bill 31 with respect to fines and all kinds of different mechanisms that have been introduced there. And it's been suggested in those debates and conversation that those fines could be used in the case of ignoring a watering order. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but I want to understand who will issue those orders. And when I say that the confusion in the food system, what was very confusing there is that, and I would stand corrected if the minister wishes to do so, but you could water cow corn, for instance, or sorry, sweet corn, but you couldn't water cow corn. And so I can appreciate that many people might not understand the difference, but at the end of the day, I can assure you all of that is for our food system. And so I just want to get a better sense of who will issue those orders, what fine levels could be used under Bill 31. It is $100,000. I think these farmers and food producers, I think, faced, I think they were $567 a day or something like that. I could, again, stand corrected, but I do want to understand this a little bit before we move on.
Minister.
Thank you. So talked about this a little bit before, because some of the learning out of these situations is timing can be everything, particularly for producers. The drought advisory table is going to be critical in terms of informing us in real time, in advance, but also in real time if we do face drought again, not just in Westfold, but other places where this question exists. Bill 31 is fines that can be considered, but only in a state of emergency. So it'd have to be a declared provincial state of emergency first to enable those types of fines. That being said, there are changes that were made with respect to the Water Sustainability Act that do empower the government, me in this case, to issue fines if people are non-compliant. And that goes across dam owners and a whole bunch of other things where the only other recourse up until we made those changes was taking people to court. And a number of groups that were concerned about this raised legitimate concerns about that being the only recourse is court. The other thing I would say is, my friend asked about the difference between irrigating some crops versus others, and how does that make sense? If such an order were to come forward, and again, this is the last resort. This is not, we want to avoid this at all costs. Nature could help out, but she's struggling with getting enough rain for obvious reasons. That before that order is decided upon, we get a report from agriculture telling us the economic analysis, the impacts, and questions about things like timing. Again, going back to where I started, having that advisory group of local producers is going to better inform all of those decisions along the way. That this crop is being put down, if we are moving towards a path where we could see water restrictions coming, having that communication between us and the farming community as to when they put crops in, what's it going to mean. I think all of those things are going to greatly help us so that that we can mitigate any of the potential harm that's caused by water restrictions. Again, this is when one is facing, as a government, a series of very difficult choices, because to not put restrictions on in a place, rivers fall below. We would be in contravening of the law, the Water Sustainability Act, 2016, which is not good. Second, that collective response back to a collective problem. That's what we're really facing. So back again to the advisory tables and the ability to talk to communities early and often, and know, especially in a place like the Salmon River and around Westfold, the likelihood of us facing, if it's not this summer, this fall, it certainly will again. And so our ability to work better together is going to be critical. And that's a direction that we've given to our staff on the field, and very much with our partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture right now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just one clarification with respect to the fines. I'm happy to hear that they would not or could not be potentially imposed unless the province was under a state of provincial emergency. I think probably last year at that time we probably were. I'm not sure of that. I'm not certain. It doesn't matter to this question. The question that I really want to understand is that if we're not talking about the fines under Bill 31 that could be imposed, and we're not under a provincial state of emergency, what would be effectively the fines for ignoring any of these orders?
Minister.
So the penalties can range between $100,000 to $500,000. So they're significant. Of course, this is not just an application towards somebody contravening a water restriction. This can apply to anybody under the Water Sustainability Act, large, heavy industry contravening significant parts. They're meant as a deterrent, of course. This is not something we're interested in doing, but they are significant because when talking about water and somebody knowingly contravening water orders or misappropriating water, taking water that they don't have license to in vast quantities, one could understand the public frustration if there's not a consequence to it. And that is one of the consequences that's imagined under this. And again, these are not under Bill 31, but they do exist under the Water Sustainability Act now.
Member.
Thank you for that, Minister. Yeah, that's I think probably at the that really is the point, and I think why there was so much confusion, and that's why I think that clarity is needed, right? I think the frustration, like you said, with respect to just corn itself, one is growing it and able to water and the other one not. I think it really, honestly, it creates a division, right, in the community a little bit. But anyhow, I'm glad to hear that there is conversation happening there, and I'm glad to hear it's happening now. Before I move on to one situation that was in the Caribou that I want to ask about, I forgot to ask one question about the recovery of the Salmon River. So if it pleases the Chair, I'd just like to ask how quickly the recovery happened in the Salmon River after the water restrictions went into place, and if the Minister could paint some sort of picture of what that looks like. I mean, did the river come up by an inch or two? And the reason I'm interested in this specifically is because the day that I visited Westwold, there was a person that spoke quite passionately about salmon and those salmon coming into the river or not coming in, but specifically the inference that day was that they were not coming in not because of the water levels, Chair, they were coming in because the temperature of the water was too warm, and so they were staying out of the river system. So not that I want to get into that for an hour, but I do want to understand specifically how quickly that watershed replaced itself and what effect it had on the fish.
Minister.
So when the restrictions were put in place, water levels rose in the Salmon River immediately. We can share, and we will share not just with my colleague, but with the community, exactly what happened last year with the Salmon River. and give all of that data very specifically as to what happened next. There was a question, lower water typically means warmer water as well. There is a connection that I certainly see in the Northwest when we're looking at water temperatures and the terminal temperature that's often talked about in fish biology. Once you hit this temperature, this happens. And in addition, I think this is where some of the watershed restoration work can really help, especially at the upper reaches of rivers. If we're able to put more canopy back over top, my friend's colleague was talking about this just yesterday. That is what that rehabilitation and resiliency of watersheds can mean, is if the waters aren't warming up significantly because they're exposed to sun, unlike they normally would have been in the past. That is the type of work we're doing with the $100 million fund and other things in one watershed security. Last thing on the some crops being able to be watered and some not, that it goes back to the economic analysis that the Ministry of Agriculture sends to the then Forest Minister, but would also come to me now, is to say, here's the economic impact of all the different water restrictions that we can see. Food crops are obviously, or not obviously, but are typically more valuable. And we're in the case, my understanding is that while only taking up 3% of the water that was being used for irrigation represented 30% of the economic potential loss. So one could understand if making those difficult decisions, if it's only affecting 3% of the water, but it would be almost a third of the total economic hit to a community, why some crops would continue to receive some water, because we're trying to minimize that economic hit entirely. All that being said, the Drought Advisory Council that we're setting up, advisory group that we're setting up with farmers, will give us much better and real-time information, not just on what the impacts of a restriction might be, but again, the timing of those restrictions. If we know we're facing shortages come sometime around this date, what does that mean for planting decisions? What's that mean for the decisions on water restrictions? Being much better informed about that impact is what we're hoping for. And I think one would start to see this in the communication from the Westfold community. I won't speak for them, but early indications are this is exactly the conversation that folks were looking for. Everybody understanding that if we're in drought situations, we're in a drought situation. Now what do we do? How do we hold water back on the land in a better way? How do we make decisions if we are doing restrictions that minimize the impact on the local community and maximize the effect on what it is that we're trying to do, which under law requires us, and this was again passed in 2016, requires us to maintain river levels on critical salmon habitat, which I know can be frustrating and challenging for people when they're saying, I want to go water a crop. Maybe I'm a little less concerned on salmon. My finding in the part of the country I live in, at least, is that often people are there's the same people. They care about salmon, they care about the agricultural system as well, and water is the consistent factor, especially in drought, that affects both of them.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give a shout out to all the food producers down there, and certainly, in the province, I've seen a number of operations that have done incredible work with their irrigation systems and such. And I know that I think about the sustainability of I think the minister referenced different aquifers south of the border and such earlier today, or may have. It doesn't matter. The point is that the work that's been done in some of these areas is incredible, with respect to upgrades to irrigation systems and an obvious attempt to conserve water, without any direction from the government, right? Just because they have understood that this is a very important commodity to them. And frankly, when you look at some of the fields there and see that you've been growing alfalfa on the same plot of land for 125 years, to me that is unbelievable, that they've been able to do that. So shout out to the farmers of our province, because they are a good group. I just want to move to the caribou just for a sec. And so same topic, of course. I did send a letter recently, actually, that I'm sure would be still sort of in the memory banks, but this really goes to the same point. I sent a letter with respect to the San Jose watershed. Happy to send it over, actually, and even the response from the ministry. Again, this is a question of water restrictions that came in late last year, and I'll try to speed the process up by just trying to explain what I'm trying to get at. It's the same thing. At the time that the water restrictions were sent out to ranchers and farmers, the same questions happened there. First off, have they been sent out to everyone? Secondly, why are they being sent out now? Because at the time, many of these streams and watercourses were actually almost dry, and so many of them had already stopped. And I think, again, there seemed to be, some confusion on the landscape as to what was actually going on. And I did hear from a number of ranchers, but the letter that I sent was sent on January 10th. And it really asked a couple of things. Number one, are all producers receiving this? So is it equal across the board, number one? And number two, how is the determination made? Because, obviously, many of these operations are not metered in any way. Some of them are flood operations, and there's various different ways that they might irrigate. But the suggestion was 30%. So how did we arrive at that 30%? And I'm sorry, I meant to send this across earlier. So.
Minister.
Thank you. So I don't believe we got to, this again was late August, I believe, when these letters were issued. And the only reason I point it out is not to say that this is not us. Government is meant to be seamless even when we transition authorities. So Forrest sent the letters out late August. These were the voluntary restrictions. The reason there was a difference, some folks were asked for 30% reduction, some were asked for 50. It depends on which stream of concern they were on. But every water user on any stream of concern got this letter. So in terms of got a letter, how much restriction was voluntarily asked for. But I don't believe we ever moved to full temporary forced restrictions in the San Jose watershed. I'll confirm it for sure. But that is the sequence of events. I am checking to see if ourselves or AG are setting up any early conversations in that same area. They tend to, the drought advisory table I talked about earlier, we're tending to focus obviously on places that actually went through restriction orders as opposed to, well, not as opposed to, but first before places where voluntary measures were taken, because obviously the places that had the restriction orders faced a much more severe situation. We're starting there with those drought advisory councils. But I'm curious to see if there's interest or willingness in the Cariboo region as well around some of these areas of concern, if such a conversation would be of value now or soon to now.
Member.
Well, certainly, conversation is always good, for sure, in advance of problems if we can. I think, again, just to point out the frustration there is that the minister noted that forestry sent those out in August. And I guess that really was my question. How did we arrive at a point where we were issuing orders when, frankly, most ranchers had already stopped watering back in July or June of last year, right? Because there simply wasn't. Yeah. So, I guess that's my point. And that's what I'm trying to, I guess, really get to is how, we talked at length about the Salmon River, and of course the San Jose, is a precious place in my riding, of course, and many, many creeks and streams, Knife Creek, Borland Creek, whatever, many of them pour into that beautiful, beautiful watershed. But at the time that these letters were issued, frankly, there was not a lot of water in the system. So I guess I'm trying to understand better what would have encouraged those letters in August. And frankly, I don't recall whether or not I mentioned it, but in this case, and I may have provided, the letter came from 4 separate desks. So it came 4 times from the ministry. So they were very serious about getting the message out. I just don't understand why and how we arrived at that point.
Minister. Chair, welcome. So some good news. We are looking to set up a drought advisory table in this particular part of BC. 2 other important things. The staff have already been in conversation with ranchers and First Nations within the region in the fall, which is good, this past fall, and able to talk about what the next stages look like. I guess in context, and again, I wasn't there specifically, but we faced historically drought. We've said this many times and it bears repeating. Drought has historically been temporary and localized. The drought we saw last year and the drought we may be facing this year is prolonged and across virtually the entire province. Many of our tools and systems about going about these conversations have been historically within local government, mostly, regional districts, municipalities. The province is having to take a much stronger leadership role, and lots of learning in this, I guess would be my point, when facing drought hitting so many regions all at the same time. This is why these conversations through the fall and thinking about drought and the responses to drought as a year-round exercise, as opposed to just when the drought is actually on. So much more valuable work can get done far in advance of the rain not falling and aquifers getting into some trouble. Thank you.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome. Okay, we'll maybe move on from that, and we'll hope for more information in the future. I hesitate to. I want to ask a couple of questions about the Surface Rights Board. I don't know if this is the crew. I also want to talk about docks. So I don't know which one you would prefer. Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you wanted to switch out team or whatever. Just a couple of questions about the Surface Rights Board. I don't fully understand that, this whole sort of institution in this province, and that's why I'm asking. Recently, I've been at a couple of meetings where I have heard from at least one fellow who has been speaking to a number of groups. I'm certain that he has been in contact with your ministry. The concern, Chair, that he has raised and is raising in many different areas, and I spoke to concerned ranchers about a week or two ago about the concern of land that has been, I guess for lack of a better term, expropriated. Now, this may have happened decades ago, and it may have happened for the purpose of hydro lines and those types of things. And Mr. Urquhart, if that name rings a bell, has certainly put a pretty valid case forward for potential compensation in the case of properties that have been affected by these types of things. Now, I don't think that the concern, although he has talked about the actual space itself that has been consumed, but it's also other crops, like trees, for instance, that have not been able to be grown on the surface of private property, of course, that's been affected in the province by either power lines or other things that would consume land. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here. I just want to discuss it a little bit on the record and have the minister give me a bit of a sense of what is happening. Now, I also appreciate that the Surface Rights Board, I think, really focuses on minerals and other things, but and I'm not particularly focused on those types of things. I'm just focused on any kind of land use that we would have seen a power line or a pipeline or anything else that could affect a private resident or private property, in the province. And if there has been any sort of ongoing conversation about that, whether there's been any kind of ongoing conversation about compensation. So again, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 questions there in one, but I would love to have a little bit of engagement on that topic, Chair.
Minister.
Thanks. If this is the case of Mr. Urquhart, who I'm not familiar with, it'd be good to have just a bit more information, because the specific compensation question, which I think is what my friend was going for, depends on which act land was expropriated for. This does seem to deal mostly with subsurface rights, with the reporting through to the Minister of Mines. That's where the board sits, but it'd be good to have that understanding, because Walrus does not typically deal with the Surface Rights Board, to my knowledge, but there are statutes in place around compensation damages, and they seem to be mostly subsurface rights that we're discussing. But again, happy to find any information that we can.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. I think in the case of Mr. Urquhart, it is a simple case of a transmission line that was put through his property. What I'll say is probably decades ago, right? And he brings up a question that, of course, in and amongst cattle people in the Lower Nicola, are concerned about the same sorts of things. It's not just the loss of potential tree growth and everything else that maybe was not contemplated at the time. And I think that's the frustration, right? I think now, of course, owners are looking back, to potentially even another generation that made a decision and feel as though, wait a sec, this might not have been, completely fair, right? So I'm not at all trying to put the minister on the spot for something that happened 4 decades ago or 5 or whatever. Just trying to understand if there is any conversation going on this topic. And, in current events, the rancher that I spoke to in the Nicola, of course, there was conversation around TELUS and access to, towers and different things, right? And so I can appreciate that some of that would be worked out by the private owner and the company and that kind of thing. But when the Crown, of course, gets involved, or when the Crown is involved in any way, is it a simple matter of negotiating with the owner of that private property? Does the Crown do that? Does the Crown simply expropriate the property and say we're going to do it either way? I think we probably have a mix of doing that. But I think the case that Mr. Urquhart, if he hasn't put it forth to your office, will be soon. I think he has made some comparisons to our neighbors in Alberta, where they actually do pay monthly fees for things like this. And so I guess, I don't have a ton of questions on this. What I really want to just understand is this a conversation that's even happening?
Minister of Water, Land, Resource Stewardship,
Got them all.
a.k.a. Walrus.
Walrus. So my colleague from Caribou-Chicotin is right. It depends on what the activity is, which statute it falls under. That then leads to the compensation question. And is it between if it's a private entity coming in, is that a negotiation between them and the landowner? If there's Crown involved, back to which act does this expropriation exist under? It is a live conversation. It comes up to us in Walrus from time to time when people say a government decision here might impact me or my business or my land and want to talk about compensation. We'd be happy with Mr. Urquhart's reaching out or others to convene that conversation. I think some of these things, like the the Surface Rights Board itself exists under the Ministry of Mines. But in terms of bringing folks together around questions of compensation, what the legislation currently is, so the short answer is it depends on what the specific is. The law is usually pretty clear about that. There are cases where the government does not compensate. There are cases where it does. But there is a live conversation about this. And yes, things do change over time. Things government did 100 years ago in terms of putting down railways or telephone lines, telegraph lines, very different than what it looks like in 2024. And we have the North Coast Transmission Line that is being contemplated right now across the north of BC. That is being done and being offered up as essentially a joint project between the government, in this case Hydro, and First Nations. Well, that was not contemplated when the first line was put in, certainly, so things change over time. So happy to entertain any of those conversations.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Just one more question on this topic, and that is it actually currently being contemplated anywhere with respect to, I know in this particular case, I know that it's a pretty good tract of land, right? And so he does bring up a very good argument that, he could have had at least one crop of timber there, right? So, and for all intents and purposes, it could have been other things. So I guess just a real simple question, is it being contemplated right now with any other property in the province? Yeah, that loss.
Minister.
So my only hesitation is, again, because we're speaking about the general, but we're also, it sounds like maybe speaking about a specific case that I'm not familiar with. In looking through the Surface Rights Board itself, there is a section about appeal. There is sections outlining damages and the ability to have that conversation with the Surface Rights Board. Right now, in terms of fundamental changes, again, I don't know because I don't know which statute this conversation exists under. So I couldn't speak for another ministry, and I just don't know if they are opening up this conversation and reconsidering ways to do compensation. I honestly don't know, but things can change over time.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. We'll move on from that. I will connect. I'm just happy to hear that there's a possibility for that conversation to take place, and I'll connect Mr. Urquhart directly to this ministry, and we'll move on today. I want to talk about docks and Pender Harbour for a little bit. We've had, obviously, some pretty serious conversations over the last number of months, and I know this is not a new initiative. It's been going on for quite some time. I think that there is still much frustration in certainly the community that I've been talking to, I just want to get a bit of a sense, and I know that we have obviously what we heard report, we have obviously been able to compile. In fact, it's one of the things I think that, I'll just read you a quote from a letter. While a simple dock application sits in government offices for years, government somehow found a way to summarize 1,700 submissions in a few weeks and consume or produce the What We Heard report. There is still underlying, frustration in the community there. And I guess what I want to find out, Chair, is where we sit, where are we going with this? What the motive has been. I mean, there's been much, I think, probably suggested, some false, some right. There's been a lot of confusion, I think, like we talked about earlier with respect to watering different crops. So I guess what I'm hoping for today, Chair, is just some clarity on the subject of docks in Pender Harbour specifically, and how that might play out throughout the province.
Minister.
Okay. So I've been quite public about this, just with respect to the frustration and confusion with the original proposed dock management plan, the original plan. So a couple things have happened since we put the management plan out for comment. A number of local residents and groups asked for an extension time to have more time to look at it. We extended it once and then we extended it again. We then gathered, I think there were approximately, I want to say 1,700 or so comments that came in over, didn't all come at once, they came in over time. And as they were coming in, we built the What We Heard report to be transparent and public back to the communities. One of the things that was asked for was the establishment of an advisory group between ourselves, Shishal, and representatives, voices from the local dock owning community, which we've done. So we extended invitations to the various groups, and they're participating. I had initially thought maybe a month looking at this with an advisory group. They asked for 60 days, which we agreed to look at the proposed amendments to the dock management plan. And I think I'm not sure how many days we're into that 60-day period now. 15 days so far in, sort of a quarter of the way through. In terms of that advisory group's work, they've had 1 or 2 meetings to this point, I believe, two meetings. Seems to be going well and getting us back onto a better track, which is to be able to have a conversation between the parties about different changes. A couple of themes that came out beyond the frustration and the confusion from dock owners is let me be frank, there were some, and they were small, but there were some comments that were in the, what I would call in the straight out destructive racist sort of end of things, and we did not include those in our What We Heard report. According to people who live in the community and Shishal and others, when we can look at who was saying it, were people that didn't live or own property, just found an opportunity to be hateful. And so I'm not putting that on the Pender Harbor communities at all. It's just a fact of the reality when talking about issues like reconciliation and the environment. These things happen. There was also a very consistent theme across the board about a deep love of place and a desire to have a good environment, a clean environment, and that docks play a role in what that is. So a number of, I think, pretty significant changes were made, proposed changes to the dock management plan with respect to, what's the term we're using for grandfathering now?
Existing.
Existing? Just
Yeah,
existing?
existing dock.
Okay. Existing docks. What do we do with grandparenting doesn't seem to, anyways, someone legacying, to allow in the structures that existed, because that was a concern that was raised to us. And so from where we were, certainly 90 days ago, 120 days ago, we're in a much better place from my perspective, and very grateful for the participation of those on the advisor group, help us make better decisions, and that we are doing this with Shishal. That's an important piece of this. We have a very profound agreement with the nation, between ourselves, the province, and Shishal. And so finding this path to walk together to come up with a good plan that meets those commonly held concerns, but doesn't overly burden current dock owners or have an effect that would be extraordinarily difficult or expensive in some cases. So we're listening, and we'll continue to listen until the 60 days is up and we have those comments in, but then beyond that, because this will be a relationship piece for years to come. Thank you, Chair.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thanks for the reference to letters that don't help us solve this problem at all. Going back to the grandfathering term, there's been obviously much concern about that. So can the minister just clarify for me whether or not that is proposed or whether that is going to actually happen? And would it be for all existing docks?
Minister.
Thanks. That was dramatic. This process, my friend did mention this, has gone back a number of years. The current proposal that we were dealing with was started in 2015 by the then Minister of Forests, who's now occupying a very particular place in the legislature. That's different than what it was before. I won't name any names, but you can guess who. A couple of things. So existing docks, tenured and non-tenured, can remain. under the new proposal. Existing boathouses, both tenured and not tenured, can remain. And there is a renewal application process that those structures can apply as they're currently constructed. For new builds, new applications, we are seeking best practices, raising up the standards. That's on ocean. On freshwater, we've committed to doing, I believe it's a year's worth of science, looking out to see what is the best practices with respect to freshwater structures, because it is fair to say that when one looks around at other jurisdictions, south of the border, Alberta, other places, BC has been behind with respect to dock management. We haven't had necessarily anywhere near the standards that other jurisdictions had. And it's not a political or partisan thing. We just, for whatever reasons, historically, we just haven't applied a lot of standards. And the challenge with that is amongst dock owners and people living on lakes and rivers and by the ocean, having good standards is good for knowing that your neighbor is also building a structure that's going to last and not pollute and not do bad things. So this is a bit of a catching up process for us as a province, which is important. So relative to other jurisdictions, we got some work to do. But with respect to the specific area we're talking about, I think the vast majority of dock owners will not be impacted by the new proposed management plan. And that we have a working relationship with the advisory group to help guide us with what happens next and to improve the relations between the local dock owning community and Shishal Nation in particular, because as my friend knows, that also became very fraught in the last little while. And again, I'm not casting aspersions to the majority of people who own docks, but there was some pretty awful things directed towards the Shishal Nation in particular. That has effect and it has to be acknowledged. Without saying it's everybody, one has to not ignore it either. And so pathway to get to a better relationship and better decision-making, better permitting, that is something deeply within our interest. And I think, I don't want to speak for Shishal, but I think it's in their interest as well.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, for sure. It's in the best interest of the entire community, obviously, to come up with solutions that will work for everyone. I guess my concern, I mean, we'll get to sort of what the motive is and what the desire is, but a number of concerns, and I think the Minister, Chair, just touched on suggesting that the vast majority will be okay. I wonder if the Minister might be able to give me some suggestions of owners that might not be okay and why they might not be okay. I think also the Minister used the word science at one point, and I think I have talked to a number of owners in the area that would honestly suggest that they feel that, you know, the docks, I know that there has been some argument about transparency of light and all kinds of different things, but honestly, many of these docks, they feel quite strongly that they're actually part of an ecosystem now. I mean, they have living beings on them, and you know, the suggestion that we would remove them is questionable on their account. And so I guess hearing that the vast majority will be okay and that we are going to have a grandfathering ability for many of these docks, it would seem concerning to me. So I really would enjoy some information about docks that might be in harm's way.
Minister.
Initial estimates that we're talking less than 1% of docks that would fall into the consideration, and these would be the ones in the category of most egregious just in terms of environmental impact. So north of 99% of dock owners, boathouses are not impacted whatsoever. That is dramatically more than what the original plan may have imagined, so we think that's good progress. And when dock owners see the actual proposal and the advisory group is able to help inform us and then have that communication, and we've been communicating directly with dock owners, which we think is really important, to be very clear on what is and isn't happening. We think we're in a much better space than, like I said, than we were 90 or 120 days ago.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Minister. I'm wondering if we could convert that 1% into a number. Clearly, if you've defined 1%, we would know that that's 10 or 100 or however many docks.
Minister.
Our estimate's that's less than 10.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And the Minister used the word egregious when defining the docks. I'm wondering if I could get a better understanding of what may make these docks unpalatable.
Minister.
So the single digits that we're talking about in terms of docks could fall into one of three, or combination of the three categories. Unsafe. The dock is deemed unsafe, has significant environmental impact, or is placed in a significant cultural impactful place that has been identified. So again, from the very large number of docks impacted in the original proposal to less than 10 that fall into the most significantly, I use the word egregious, or the ones that are of the most significant concerns. Those are the ones that were identified.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the docks that may not be acceptable going forward, has there been any conversation about compensation or anything for those docks? Is that even being contemplated at all?
Minister.
I guess it depends a little bit of whether they're tenured or not, these few number of docks that we're talking about. The only reason I hesitate is that under the Land Act, as my friend knows, there is no contemplation for compensation that exists. So something that is tenured through the Land Act, if affected by a decision under the Land Act, cannot be considered for compensation as the Act is written right now, although some would like to change it.
Member.
We'll talk about Land Act a little bit later today, and we'll certainly get an opportunity to ask a few questions on that for sure. I can appreciate that. The Minister and I have had much conversation about how things have changed over the last number of years, and I guess that's what I'm fearful of. You know, obviously these docks were appropriate at one point, and I can appreciate that some may be derelict, and there may be other options to consider there, but certainly the notion that dock is simply no longer acceptable and we are going to force you to take it down, I think is somewhat different than, you know, a conversation, right? And so I'm assuming that decision is being made in this ministry and solely by this minister. Is that correct?
Minister.
This, contrary to some of the water questions we were talking before, this isn't a decision that I make. Statutory decision maker within Walrus, so it is within the ministry. They will make the decision about an actual dock that is so far out of compliance for all of these different reasons, and what has to happen next, if it's a removal or remediation or what comes next, but it won't land on my desk.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I guess then I'm curious to know how we've arrived at a decision already to, remove these docks if we haven't actually, provided the report. And the reason I ask this is that it's important for a lot of reasons. I mean, I talked to a couple that this is their driveway to their home. And so they don't have another access. This is their access point. And honestly, they didn't even suggest that it was their driveway. They suggested that that is where an ambulance will come if we need one, whether that be by air or by sea. But the point is that there have been decisions, obviously, to remove a number of docks, albeit a fairly small number. And I'm incredibly happy to hear that the minister is considering grandfathering a number of these docks, but it seems to me that we don't actually have a framework yet. We're still having conversation, and we've already decided to remove these docks. So what triggered that decision, I guess?
Minister.
Chair. So this is a conversation that's been going on for many, many years, not just in the last 5-6 months. And what happens next? There has not been a decision of the few docks that we're talking about that they have to be removed. The conversation is the thing that happens next. This is the very few number that are so far out of compliance. They've been identified, and then the conversation happens with staff within Walrus, from a statutory decision maker, to say, what are the options? Can remediation happen? Is removal the only option? But it is a conversation with the dock owner. It's not a decision that's already been made. But there has been identification. I don't want to undersell this. This has been to be fair, we hear concerns not just from Shashaw. We can hear it from one neighbor over, saying that dock has been a problem. It is a safety risk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think for the collective betterment, there are times, and this happens, doesn't matter whether we're talking about docks or driveways, there can be times when we need to bring a standard up because it is causing environmental harm, safety concerns. And that is reasonable, and for the number to come down at less than 1% is pretty remarkable, actually, just with respect to the 1,200 or so docks that we're talking about. So no final decision has been made, and that, again, that'll be a decision made by the statutory decision maker.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I also heard earlier, originally we were talking about docks in Pender Harbour. We have talked a little bit about freshwater as well, or at least I think the minister mentioned this earlier. I think, I would agree, the conversation has gone on for a long time. There's no question about that. It's obviously amped up here in the last number of months, and I think that all started with, and again, the minister can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it started with, residents in that area actually kind of storming a meeting on November 30th that they felt like they hadn't been heard. So not that I have a bunch of questions about that, but I mean, it is concerning to think that, 200 or 300 people that are living in that community have had to go to that kind of an extreme. And now, of course, they've formed all kinds of coalitions, and the Waterfront Protection Coalition, all kinds of different groups have formed out of this, really what I think, the government could be accused of a lack of conversation, right? So I am glad to hear that that's happening. But I'm fearful now that we may have moved beyond where some of those residents want to be. So again, I'm happy to hear about the grandfathering. I guess my next question is with respect to fresh water. So where is this going to extend to in the coming days or weeks or months? And which freshwater bodies might we be referring to?
Minister.
So part of this is the history of how we got here, which is important, and I hope I've been clear in the admission, which is not always easy for governments to do, as my friend might know, that the way that this was originally rolled out was not communicated properly, was not inclusive of those that were impacted. We hear stories of people first learning about the dock management plan when they came in to get a renewal of their permit. Not the way to do things, and that's not what we're doing now. So very specific questions about where does this apply with respect to freshwater. It's across the SWIA. I'll be very, we can provide maps and show this is Ruby Lake, Saginaw Lake, those types of places. Very important consideration with freshwater docks and I believe boathouses as well. Just checking the note. That this is also the legacying in, grandfathering in of the existing structures. And we're pausing the process to bring science together as to what is the best available science. There was concerns that the science being applied in the saltwater to docks was being brought over and just applied directly to freshwater. And residents said, I think rightly, that maybe the science is different. We agreed with the pause for a year to allow our biologists, limnologists, and others to bring the best science forward. And that allows us to make sure that the decisions that are based upon that science are correct for the freshwater environment. I hope that answers the questions. And this advisory group, whether it exists after the 60 days or it takes on a new form, I think is a really important piece for us as government to be able to have direct and meaningful contact with the community. And I think that also could be true for Shishal Nation as well. That I like the structure that was offered up. People are participating. Let's see what the work looks like and see if it's getting done well. Just in terms of our ability to constantly get the best information from those that are impacted, and then be able to bring the best information out as well, because I think there is some very, very significant common ground here with respect to having good standards, good docks, not polluting the environment, and being respectful of archaeological and other considerations that are real and need to be respected going forward.
Thank you, Minister. Members, we'll take a 10-minute recess. And for Ministry of Waterland Resource Stewardship, Section C, saying a few more things until it's quiet. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before the break, we were obviously talking about the dock management plan and conversations, et cetera, that are happening in Pender Harbour. I just wanted to come back to that topic for a number more questions with respect to those conversations and deadlines and those types of things. So maybe I'll start there. The minister has noted that potentially there were some challenges with the way things rolled out. The fact is, it's been rolling out for a long time, but I think as we would both agree that this came to a head probably last November. I can appreciate that there has been a What We Heard report. There's been many letters. I know I sent in a number of them, and that conversation is happening, but I want to understand better what that looks like. I mean, how is that conversation happening? I think there's been obviously conversations with local government, obviously with the Shishwa. How is the minister engaging, Chair, if you will, the residents the other residents that do live there?
Minister.
So as communication or lack of historically was I believe this source of some of the frustrations. I wouldn't say all of them, but some of them. We've greatly ramped up a couple of things that I hope are helping. One is meeting obviously with Shishal, also with local government, mostly in the form of the regional district, which is representative of this area. The advisory group that I mentioned earlier that is working right now as we speak, and I don't know if it would help, but I can enumerate who sits on that advisory group. There's a representative from the Sunshine Coast Regional District. There's a technical representative from the District of Sechelt. Representative from, these were the invitations went to. Representative from the Waterfront Protection Coalition, my friend mentioned them earlier. Invitation went to the Pender Harbour Area Residents Association, to the Saginaw Lake Residents Association, or Swea Lakes Stewardship Alliance, representative from the local business community through the Chamber of Commerce, representative from an ecological conservation community or Sunshine Coast Conservation Area Association, and representative from a recently permitted dock owner as well. So somebody who had recently gone through the process. Lastly, we mailed directly to people who had written in, who were owners of docks and boathouses, both the What We Heard report and the new proposed dock management plan. So we're actually just communicating a lot more frequently with those that are affected and bringing representatives, because you can't hold a meeting with 1,700 people. Well, you can, but it's not usually productive. Representatives of those groups of dock owners and boathouse owners in the community. And then not just our own direct communication, but we're also asking those groups to report back, and that those meetings are, I don't believe they're held in confidence. They're meant to bring people together, share the information, that information goes back out, and we get the feedback and continue on the work.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder, those groups that are being represented, I mean, that sounds great. Is the venue just simply a roundtable? Is it as simple as that? And if that is the case, is it meeting often or monthly or once every 6 months, or as information transpires? I'd be very interested in hearing how that works.
Minister.
So we've had 2 meetings already of this advisory group. Again, this is on a 60-day work plan. Not cast in stone, but we wanted to, I believe in deadlines. It helps focus the mind and get some work done. 2 so far. Our expectation through April is twice a week. This group will be meeting, so pretty frequently. And to this point, there's been, we wanted to level up all the members of the advisory group, both on how the Land Act works, what the dock management plan proposal is so far, as well as Shishal history, to bring everybody to the same general understanding of those 3 components, and as well the history of how we got here with respect to the dock management plan and what the proposal is. In those 2-a-week meetings, it is both an opportunity to get feedback specifically on the plan itself, but it is also an opportunity for advisory group members to bring us other issues that may not exist within the plan. We're trying to keep an open agenda to that, although with some focus on getting the work done and having a plan that we can move forward together with.
Member.
Thank you very much for that. This is a simple question. I think that any of the public commenting periods that we have just come through are over. Is that correct?
Minister.
Yeah, to this point, I won't preclude any future moments where there could be public comment, but that's where we're at right now. We extended it twice, got the comments in 1,700, give or take, summary report, and now we're at the advisory group level of getting the plan underway.
Thank you. Obviously,
Member.
Sorry, Chair, getting ahead of myself there. It doesn't obviously stop people from making comment, of course, but through these panels and through these roundtables is obviously the way that's going to happen going forth. The Minister mentioned, Chair, a timeline, and so I'd be interested to know what that looks like.
Follow-up, Member.
Chair, if I might, I just also, along with that question, with respect to that timeline, there's been much conversation about the entire plan, and that there's been a lot of talk, certainly with folks that I've talked to, have mentioned that, look, we just needed to start over, months ago or a year ago or 2 years ago or whatever. So not just with respect to the timeline, but has that been contemplated at all? Has the minister or the ministry considered just scrapping this and starting over? And I can appreciate that that is a gargantuan task, but I also would suggest that there are often cases where we do not fix buildings, we tear them down and start over. And so I want to understand if the minister has contemplated that or would even consider that. Thanks, Chair.
Minister.
So I'll start with the second question first and go to the first one. We're not talking about starting from the beginning. We think that we've got some good progress now with respect to both the proposed plan, which again excludes 99% plus of current dock owners and boathouse owners within the area. We also think that the how, the getting together, communicating more consistently with dock owners and having a good process between us and Shishal in terms of what we do next is also very worthwhile. So with respect to the timeline, which was the first part of the question, as I mentioned before, this was under a 60-day, the advisory group is under a 60-day operation. They're 15 days in, meeting twice a week, give or take. That may be affected depending on things. And once those recommendations have been made by the advisory group to us, we will communicate that with everybody. I want to be very transparent about what advice that group gave us with respect to the dock management plan, and then decisions will begin to be made between ourselves and Shishal. It doesn't have to be all collectively at once. There may be some advice given to us that we can implement quite quickly. There may be other things that the advisory group is asking us to do that are much larger in scale, setting up an appeal process that isn't done in a week. So we're not going to predetermine any of those, of course. We want to have this as a meaningful consultation and await the outcomes after the 60 days are up, which is 45 days from now, and look forward to it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. The minister touched on something that just reminded me. It's not a question, just a statement that some of these docks that have been kind of in limbo and there's been conversations about the size of them, the width of them. I would just suggest that there's been much conversation about, the safety of these docks being too narrow, right? And I hope that the minister would note that in their deliberations. I don't want to get into that a whole bunch right now, though, but I think we're going to run out of time in the next couple hours here. So with respect to, and I suppose this should have been the first question that I asked, but I really want to understand what the motive is for all of this. I mean, we've thrown around the term science, Chair. We've talked a lot about those types of things, but and now we're talking about a plan that I think once was for the ocean. It's now extended to freshwater. So I guess two questions in one. What is the motive here? What's driving it? And secondly, Is this a model that we're going to see, introduced elsewhere in British Columbia? I've had a number of letters, Minister, that there is much concern about this in other waterways and other freshwater bodies of water throughout the province. I'm sure he's received those letters too, so I'll leave it at that.
Minister.
So I think it was the second question in terms of the other parts of the province. We haven't made a determination to bring this dock management plan to other regions. In terms of the question around what was the motive behind this, that I think it's, if you go back through our history, it's not unusual building homes, mining, that the early stages of resource development, resource extraction of any kind, is generally unregulated. Over time, one learns that building codes and practices, best management practices, are a really good idea. And so the natural evolution in this particular area, given the environmental and some of the archaeological concerns that had been raised for, I want to say 30 years, and that might not be the right timeline, but a significant amount of time, brought forward the need and the urging, particularly from Shishal and others, to get a best management standard for such a beautiful, ecologically sensitive place. So that was the motive. The long-term value, health of ecosystems, coastal communities, et cetera, in this particular part of the world led to, again, I wasn't there, it wasn't our government, but in 2015, bringing forward the first dock management plan. 16? I think it was, we'll get the date right, but 2015, 2016 was the first motivation. I can't speak to that cabinet or that minister's individual motivation, but we agree with the notion of having best practices for docks in the SWIA and doing that collaboratively with Shishal.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak on behalf of residents there that have reached out. And, I'm glad that this conversation is now happening because it has created, honestly, we briefly talked a little bit about the Land Act, and we'll be coming back to that later. But, honestly, this has created a lot of unrest, and it's not just in Pender Harbor, of course. There's so many waterways, different areas in the province that obviously enjoy these docks and the use of our foreshore. And so, of course, it's created a lot of angst, I think, amongst people. I do have certainly I appreciate that there is now an ongoing conversation and hope for that to continue. I do have one quick question about, and it may lead to another. Mosquito Creek, of course, there's also been conversation there with reference to these are not boathouses, these are not docks, but these are actual float homes that are in jeopardy of losing their moorage. And I wonder, I think we've had other instances of this throughout the province where, float homes have had difficulties. We've talked about Nootka Sound. That's a different issue, of course, but I just wonder if the minister can make a quick comment with respect to these homes. I know that there is, there's obviously a housing shortage, and the last thing we need to be doing is losing housing because of these kinds of topics. So I just wonder if I could get a quick comment on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the patience. I think because Mosquito Creek exists within a federal, what's called an Indian reserve, it's under federal jurisdiction. I was just looking at Mosquito Creek's website. They have a message to clients there just with respect to the reasons that the docks are being closed. It sounds, I don't know because we haven't been involved, but it sounds like the integrity of the docks and the safety concerns. Sounds like a very unfortunate situation, but our federal partners were the ones to be engaged if there was something to be done or assistance to be brought to this particular conversation, or directly to the website, and that the tenants are being directed to the Mosquito Creek management.
Member.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I appreciate the conversation. I think this is a bigger issue, of course, that we're going to see come forward. I think it is actually happening in other areas. So final pitch is that I'm just going to encourage definite, open, transparent conversation on this dock issue, because I think, you know, the minister's referred a number of times today, Chair, with respect to the word science and other things, and I think there's a lot of argument out there. I know that there were motivations around transparency and or the lack thereof of sunlight, et cetera. And again, you know, residents have mentioned repeatedly that some of these docks really have formed an ecosystem under their own, you know, with respect to crustaceans and other things living on them. So noting that, I'm going to turn this over to my colleague from Kootenay East, who has a few questions, and I'll allow him the time.
Thank you, member, and over to member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member from Caribou, Chilcotin for some time, and the minister, of course. Yeah, dock issues everywhere, and if the minister wants to put it on his pad of priorities, Monroe Lake in my riding has got all kinds of issues, and I think it's just the resources just aren't there just for the enforcement of some of these the docks, and you know, prove me wrong, but I mean it is what it is, and we're trying to struggle with all the issues that we're dealing with right now. But my questions are somewhat different than that. In my role as a critic for energy and mines, a couple of years, 2-3 years ago, when the ministry was first set up, I remember asking the minister, how is the new ministry going to dovetail inside of energy and mines, and how it will work with it? And the answer back then was, I don't know. And all credit to the minister, it was a new ministry, and we didn't really know how it was going to work with policy and how it was going to coordinate with notice of work permits and those kind of things. So when we look at the notice of work, it's called the application companion. It's the notice of work guidelines, and it's quite, some would argue it's anything but a companion, because companion means friend, and this is pretty regulatory, and there's a lot of hurdles to jump through. But saying that, and wondering where the ministry is involved in this, there's several things, from everything from archaeological considerations, detailed mapping, reclamation bonds, MIAB versus site-specific applications, land use constraints, erosion and sediment control plans, wildlife management plans, engineering plans, cultural heritage resources. I'm not sure if the ministry has resources for cultural or heritage sites or anything like that helps these applications. Mechanical trenching, access roads, helipads, boat ramps, water supply, settling ponds, timber cutting. I'm sure that goes through the forestry, Ministry of Forests for OTLCs, but I'm not sure what the referral would be from your ministry would set up the Ministry of Forests. And reclamation, and that's just some of the things that could be part of this ministry's policy making that could refer an application to either another ministry or to give the green light back to Energy and Mines on the application itself. And as the minister probably knows, all this consultation and the process flow chart for this is 150 days. Just wondering if the minister can expand on his role as a minister and the ministry. Where do they fit into the application for the notice of work?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. So we have a strategic role with respect to, well, some people refer to the dirt ministries, but many of our other ministries like energy and mines, forests and whatnot, because as my friend knows, the permitting of a significant mine involves a number of different agencies. Part of the standing up of this ministry was to help in the coordination of certain things and to drive down times with respect to permitting, maintain high standards, because I think that's important, particularly when we're talking about large resource projects. We know what happens if we don't have good large resource projects. The legacies can be quite expensive for quite a long time. And to drive and direct a permitting review. So one example is on the regional mine permittings, we've dropped the backlog by 52% so far of the permits that we're moving through that process. Those are the initiating to a mine project permits, really positive, and a much better companion role to play with proponents in walking them through some of the processes together. So feeling good about that aspect. Is there more to be done? Absolutely, but that is the role that our ministry plays, as well as being a permitter of some of those permits my friend referred to. So we convene, but also we've had direction from the Premier. It started on housing to bring together a task force of all the different and relevant permitting ministries around the table, look at some of those larger housing development projects, speed up their permitting, but not just do that, learn from it and take that over to the natural resource sector and say, where are there efficiencies? Where can we maintain the high standards, meet our obligations legally, constitutionally, but also give greater predictability to proponents coming in the door and reduce times. We've seen some notions, this is a bit parenthetical, from the federal minister of dropping mine permitting times from 12 years to 5 years. A good and interesting initiative. Would love to see the resources that they want to put behind that, because it's easy to just say something, but hopefully there's some confidence in the budget that we'll see from the federal government in the next little bit. That'll show us how our federal partners, who play a role in the more significant mines, will actually be walking with us in this path to give greater predictability and efficiency when going through the permitting process.
Member.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm not quite sure. So from what I heard, the overarching direction of the ministry when it comes to notice of work applications, that when they come in, they're referred. The minister said something interesting on the 52% decrease in mine applications, or the backlog has been reduced by 52%. I just want to make sure it's on notice of work applications, or is that all applications in general? It could be notice of departure, it could be all kinds of other applications. I want to make sure we're talking about notice of work here. And so I guess the reason why I read out the litany of things that are to be considered is because it's quite a task to go through this process, and rightfully so. We want to make sure we're responsible and doing all the right things. But it needs the resources behind it to make sure those bottlenecks don't occur and that those reductions in times are reduced. Can the minister then tell me how many applications the ministry went through and processed in referral last year, and if he has even more detail of that, how much time it took per application?
Minister.
So a couple of things. One, there's lots of different, not lots, there's some distinct mining applications depending on the scale and scope of the mine. Does it hit an environmental assessment? Is it a major mine? When it becomes a major mine, Emily is the lead on that. We have some permitting authorizations under that we are responsible for. Mines of smaller scale, when we're talking about those regional mine permits that we were talking about, we actually don't have authorization, but we have a coordinating role. So we can help bring in, and do help bring in, other ministries to approve the efficiency and the coordination and the conversation about a number of those permits that my friend talked about, the notice of work, et cetera, but we are not the authorizer of those permits. In terms of the very specific question of how many permits do we get and what is the average time, we'd have to take that one away, but we will come back to the member to be able to talk about the number that we're receiving that with respect to mining and what is our average time. The only caveat I'd say is, of course, not all mines are created equal, not all permits are equal, some are of greater complexity, would naturally take more time. Others of the more day-by-day permitting processes are ones that would have greater efficiencies.
Member.
Okay, thank you to the minister for that. I'll look forward to maybe a breakdown if you can get those numbers. That'd be awesome. The next question would be then, in the budget, what is allocated for notice of work permits and those types of referrals?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the very specific question on notice, how much are we spending on people issuing notice of work permits? Those are all done through the Ministry of Mines. So that would be a good estimates question for the minister next week. I believe they're up next week. But specifically within Walrus, we have a permitting transformation division. That budget allocation in this estimates is $29.516 million. So we have a significant spend on that particular division within our ministry. Hope that helps.
Member.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I would imagine that 29.5 million wouldn't be specific to notice of work. I mean, there's probably housing permits and all kinds of things, or is it, that's all permits? So we don't have a breakdown on what's contributed to notice of work. Let the minister explain that.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we don't do notice of work permits. So that specific permit is handled by the Ministry of Mines. So my friend is correct. The 29.156 is handling all the permitting transformation division that we contain and the permits that we authorize through our ministry. And there's been an uplift in that, and I think that's important because one of the things identified was, do we have enough people working on the permits and working in the right way, which the Housing Task Force and others identified.
Member.
Thanks. And I just, once again, just want to be clear that the I know it's not to authorize permits, it goes through the Ministry of Energy and Mines, but the referral process and that policy decision-making comes through your ministry. There's $29.5 million that's allocated for that process, not specific just to notice of work. There's probably other permits that are included in that $29.5 million. I'm seeing some nodding heads, so that's good. We obviously don't have an allocated amount for notice of work. It's not broken down. Maybe the ministry can figure that one out as well, get that breakdown on what would be allocated to notice of work. So I guess the next question would be how many full-time employees would that include for that for those applications, for those referrals, sorry.
Minister.
Chair. So the answer is 642 employees. The one caveat I'd put is that those folks doing the actual permitting, of course, will draw upon other staff within the ministry for policy considerations, science, different things. But the core staff going through the permitting process is that number, which was in the permitting transformation division, 642. 642.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. That's quite a number. So that's 642 full-time employees are dedicated to permitting or the referrals of permitting. I think is what I heard the minister say. That's quite a resource. I would certainly hope we're getting there faster, and it's a good thing because we need them to be faster. One of the, this isn't meant to be insulting in any way, shape, or form. I'm just reading from the application companion, and inside the companion, there's many little tips that applicants can use to make their applications easier. One of the tips says, when submitting sufficient details, assume the reviewer was a layperson's understanding. Sorry, sufficient details, yeah, assume that the reviewer is a layman. Now I can understand that when an application goes through front counter, they're well versed to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Then it goes to Energy and Mines. They're should be experts in that ministry to understand what the impact is on a mine site or an application. Once it goes to referral, then of course it goes to a different ministry that may not be as well versed. In your opinion, would that tip be more specific to your ministry or any other? Just an opinion on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So one point of clarification in a previous answer, the 642 full-time equivalents, the FTEs that we have, are both people doing the front-facing permitting aspect of it. But given the reason this ministry was stood up, one of the reasons was the transformation of the permitting process. So we have people who are working on that as well, improving the efficiency of permitting in general, as well as a large number of people actually issuing permits, because one could understand that just making the entire system more efficient means that that same number of people are able to get more work done and speed up the permitting time. In terms of the question on the notice of work, the companion piece, I can't speak to why Ministry of Mines puts that type of language in there, what their direction is. Ministry of Mines might be able to refer to it, but I don't know what the motivation was of using that kind of language in the companion document.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I maybe can explain and give one rational explanation why, and it's something I hear time and time again from all, every miner and every exploration, placer, doesn't matter what it is that the fact that, employees, I was a former employer, so my employees were my greatest resource. I loved my employees, and it was a family and all that stuff. However, that said, when we're going through notice of work applications, sometimes they get technical, sometimes they're very complicated. The minister said himself, not all applications are the same. Some are small, some are large, some have big impact, some have small impact. And the expertise to refer and to issue permits relies heavily on the expertise of the person who does the reviewing and does the issuing of the license. So perhaps, and I think this probably is consistent, what I've heard is that our staff, our valued staff, some of them may not have the expertise to process applications in an expedient way. And so I was looking for perhaps somewhere in this whole chain of events that has to go through to get a permit through, that it may not be consistent right through, and there may be some gaps or some ministry staff. So I guess the follow-up question is does the minister, is he confident in his staff that can process and make proper referrals in a timely manner for the applications they receive? Sorry, and Sorry, and to add to that, and if not, do they do any training on hand or updates to make sure that happens?
Minister.
Thanks. And I very much hear the sort of caveats around the questions. So very clearly, staff get training, they get familiarity. There's a lot of interdepartmental training that goes on, understanding what other ministries go through and what their obligations are. I'm very confident in our staff and the job that they do. A couple things. We also assist not just in receiving the applications from proponents, but assisting them through the process as well. On the housing front, I know we're talking about maybe other industries, but on housing, we stood up a specific role called the navigator role, which was when the application is received and you were assigned somebody to help through, that navigator stays with the proponent in that case a housing developer would be imagined, to walk them through as their application is even left walrus and is being referred to somewhere else. A second piece, and this is maybe a less talked about element, but the speed with which applications go through sometimes can be affected by the quality of the application itself, right? We'll get a complex application in, it's not either informed or well done, it goes back, you talk to the proponent, they're very frustrated, it's taken so much X time. I get referrals from MLAs who say this housing developer or this mine is very frustrated. We go into the actual file and we find out it was incomplete, it was half done, and this is where I was going with this. Not to blame proponents, especially folks, we see firms that are new versus a mining outfit that has a lot of experience, and they can look quite different just in terms of the quality. Who they hire, often as consultants, can also matter a great deal. And this has been a bit of an obsession of mine because there's a spectrum of quality of RP bios or archaeologists or whatever. And to be able to identify for industry, very specifically, folks that are not producing good work. And we did a bit of this when we were looking through the riparian areas regulation, because there is a college for these professionals. And if someone is consistently putting poor work in, what is the notification that somebody hiring them could learn that maybe the reason this person is really cheap to hire is because their work is not so good, or that there's a reputational harm if you produce bad work. It frustrates us as government, it frustrates our staff. If you consistently see, this is being authored by so-and-so, and you're going to have to send it back, we're going to have to do a ton of work versus another application that comes in the door with a high quality, well-reputed firm that's helping the company through, and you're going to have a good conversation. The work is you can trust it, it's going to be good quality. So I think this is just something that we're talking to the industry associations about, we're talking to the colleges about who regulate their individual fields, and I think this is an overdue conversation. There's just been, especially when there's a scarcity of people doing the work, right? We just don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough biologists. This has been an impediment to the progress of some of our natural resource development sector, just not being able to have the architects on hand. You reach for a firm that you're maybe not so confident with, or maybe it's for affordability reasons, it generally doesn't work out. And we just want to be able to have that conversation with industry and with proponents to say, here are the outstanding ones, please refer to the college and check with who you're hiring. It's not necessarily government's role, we leave that to the colleges, but I think we do have something to say about it, because as I'm sure colleagues have seen, sometimes we'll get complaints in our door, someone will walk in with something, sounds outrageous, why is this taking so long? You open up the file and you realize within a few questions, the quality of what was put in was so poor, it went back 6, 7 times, and yeah, it clogs the entire system, actually, for good projects coming in. So that's a bit commentary, but to my friend's specific question, very confident, and we know more time in the job is good. There has been a generational change, as particularly boomers have left both the private and the public sector increasingly, that sometimes you lose corporate knowledge, and we want to bring people in and keep them in good jobs. So the retention capacity of this ministry is very important to me, so that we have not just the knowledge, but also the relationship that can build up over time and people become familiar with each other, understand how industries work better. That I find improves decision-making. Improves.
Member.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Minister. Bang on. I think we can both agree that it's a two-way street when it comes to these types of processes. Not only sometimes do we suffer on the applicant side of not being well-versed, it could also be on the reviewer side equally not being well-versed. I think that's a fair argument. I don't think the Minister would argue. So he's confident the training is there. I guess the first question would be what training is done? Is it a 6-week program before they get into the ministry? How much is dedicated to mining? What actual mining knowledge are they being trained on? As the Minister stated, the ministry is pretty broad. It goes into housing, it goes into mining, there's other applications that the staff have to deal with. My question is purely on mining, and what specific mining knowledge do they undertake before they're in the ministry? And the reason I ask this is because the Auditor General did a report back, I don't know, it was 2017 or 2016 on mining, and they addressed one of the recommendations was to separate compliance and enforcement from permitting and authorization. And they wanted that to be, the enforcement part, they wanted it outside the ministry. That never did happen because the people, there was a conflict. I could see a conflict, perhaps, if you're permitting a mine and if you're authorizing a mine, and then you have to go and enforce or, say, oh, geez, you didn't do that right. Some people think that that is a good mesh. I think it is, because those are the knowledgeable people that actually knew the project when it was being permitted and authorized. But they kept that in-house because they kept it all within the ministry because it was important to have those experts there. Once it goes outside, it could be diluted. And I think sometimes people say, two heads are better than one, but sometimes people say, it's just another bureaucracy. It just goes to another shuffled pile of paper. And so I'm trying to coordinate, I'm trying to understand the ministry's role here, and I want to make sure it's smooth. I know they're doing all the work they can do to make sure it's smooth, but sometimes things are lost in translation when it goes from one ministry to the next. So I guess the question would be, what specific training is done? Is it a 6-week training session? Is there any kind of a regiment that's specific to mining?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Like many of our questions today, the short answer is it depends, but there are some broad themes. And the reason it depends is it depends on where the person's working and what the permits they're working on. So when we bring somebody in who is a statutory decision maker, they have the certifications to be a land permit or a water permit, or they've gone to university, they've gone through the training, they come in with that knowledge. I think my friend was speaking to maybe specific industry knowledge, familiarity with the mining sector. The reason that depends is it depends on which region they're in. So somebody working for the ministry in the Lower Mainland will become familiar over time with the aggregate industry, because there's a lot of aggregate permitting that goes on there that is connected to mining. Completely different than the business orientation of the mining interests in the Northwest versus, say, the interest in the Northeast with the oil and gas sector. So our interest is in having people very familiar with the industries to which they're permitting, understanding their operations, their business cycles, those types of things. And on the specific permits, they come with that expertise and training and certifications to be able to issue those permits and issue them properly. So the training programs that come in, folks will have administrative law training and all of those types of things. Those will be really important to their work. But in terms of industry familiarity, it's region by region and industry by industry, which is appropriate, because the understandings one would take from hard rock mining in the Northwest, there may be some crossover, but the difference to an aggregate mining project to an oil and gas project in the Northeast, those are different industries. They work on different timelines, and the permits are different. So again, back to an earlier comment, very confident with the folks that we have, and that's why retention really matters. Being able to attract people to the work and then keep them in the work is important, because that knowledge only builds over time, relationships build over time, and while they, as statutory decision makers, have to remain dispassionate to the permits that come in, being familiar and having seen operations over time does nothing but enhance, from my perspective, their ability to do good permits in an efficient way.
Recognizing the member from the Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that exchange. It certainly brings up a number of questions for myself. We have talked outside of this gathering about a couple of permits that specifically are, I think, frustrating for the people that are trying to maneuver a system that has seemed quite daunting, to be honest. I just have a couple of general questions about permitting to begin with, but the first one is, obviously there's been a much different approach and certainly more effort. We've heard a number, I think the minister referenced 642 people now committed to doing this good work in our province. That is quite a resource for certain. And I understand that there are a number of permits that are now being processed much more quickly, which is fantastic news. But what I'd like to get is an understanding of how many permits are outstanding, because I know some of those are $200 and some might be $50 million. And so I'd like to get an understanding of just how many permits are outstanding and what that might represent with respect to the GDP of the province.
Minister.
Thank you. It's a good question. It was one of the questions I had when I took over this role, is give me an assessment of where we're at today. What's the snapshot? One of the things to realize is the integrity of our data was really critical, having line of sight to where all the permits are, one would imagine, across the province. And I'll read out some to put on the record, just with respect to what we refer to as the caseload right now on some of the major permits that exist. So these are all of us, February of this year. Under the Land Act permits, 1,699. Under water permits, 8,645. Fish and Wildlife, 699. Archaeology, 448. Riparian permits, 56. Regional Mines, 500. Ministry of Transportation, 717. Contaminated Sites, 397. What's important also, and we can talk about how that, because there's new ones coming in all the time. We're doing essentially three things at once, I would say. One is the line of sight, good data. You can't manage what you don't measure. And that has not been the province's history when looking at permits. The second piece is addressing the backlog. What is existing on the books? How long are they taking? And then transforming the process itself of what happens when a permit comes in. Who is seeing it? Are we making referrals that are unnecessary? Can we expedite that process as well? So doing those three things at once, getting much better data management, which I think we're there now, almost, in terms of being able to track where all the permits are, how many are outstanding, how long they're taking. Second is reducing the backlog, which is very important. And third is around that ability to transform the system itself. And one wouldn't want to do one and make the others wait. We've got to do them all simultaneously. So all those people that we have in the permitting regime, like I mentioned before, some of them are front-facing, permitting as they go, as statutory decision makers. Others are involved in some of these other components, rethinking the system, doing better work with compliance across different ministries and the referral system that exists there. This is transformative stuff. Last thing I'll read out, just as an example, because I think real-world examples matter. Processing times for housing-related applications were reduced by 45 days. So housing-related applications. This is going from March of 23 to January 31st of this year. That's just for those applications that were in the queue for that saved just shy of $17 million for those home builders. The economic benefits during the construction and building phase are an estimated $30 million increase in gross domestic product, equivalents out to 240 jobs, and a little shy of $10 million in provincial tax revenue. So in terms of an argument of incentivizing and improving the efficiency of the permitting process, that's just on those housing-related permits, just within that period from March 31st of 23 to earlier this year of January 31. Those are significant numbers. And the reason I point that out to my friend's larger question of GDP across the entire permitting regime, that would be a very challenging number to come to understand those costs, but one could potentially extrapolate just on housing, which is a little bit different than natural resource permits, how much those efficiencies were able to benefit the home builders, which ideally, one's hoping, would be savings passed on to those looking to buy those homes. We've heard from the home building community, the long permitting process, time is money. And if it takes an extra year, an extra 6 months to build a housing development, the cost of that borrowing, the cost of time will be borne by the developer, but ultimately will be borne by those individuals looking to buy those homes. So we have a strong motivation, not just for those individual homeowners, but for the general health of the BC economy of having a better permitting regime. And we're seeing some early results, which I think are good.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. One quick question with reference to the water permits that the minister mentioned. I believe the number was 8645. Doesn't need to be that spot on. I just wondered how many of those are groundwater registry permits?
We just did some quick math.
Minister.
Kind of a race.
So we'll be very precise on this. 8,645 water permits. This is again of February of '24. I'm wondering though if that's the correct number from October 22. So that's actually the number there. I'd say it's a little less than 67%. Yeah, I'd say in the 64% range. Those are existing use groundwater permits.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. 67% of the 8,645 represent groundwater registry permits? I don't need the number, just...
Minister.
63% is exact. 63.1.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. I agree with the minister that when it comes to permitting in the province, I honestly the number that would be attached to GDP must be staggering, frankly, when we think of this. And I want to talk specifically about a couple of permits here today. I know that the ministry and myself and another MLA will be meeting about one that's taken 7 years, right? And so when we talk about some of the commerce that's not happening because of this, it's frankly staggering. And I know that in these times, and the minister just quoted, I think, we had builders save $17 million, we created $10 million worth of revenue in the middle of a housing crisis. So there's nothing bad there. Every part of that seems good, right? So the point is that there's so many permits that seem to be held up. And just months ago, in fact, I was working with someone who got a mining permit, a small operation, right? And by the time I had phoned him to congratulate him, it was too late. He was too busy to talk to me, and everything that he was doing, Chair, was a taxable event. He was buying equipment. He was hiring people. This is definitely good business, right? And so I am glad to hear that this is a focus. That number for GDP, and I won't ask for it again. I mean, I think the reason, it would just be a massive number. And in this time of need, certainly it would be good business for us. I do want to turn my thoughts or questions to a specific permit that is now issued and the work is being done. And that work was done in this ministry last year, but it's with respect to dredging on the Fraser River, and provided earlier a letter. There was a number of them back and forth from my office to the ministry, and certainly involved a company named Sands Corp. And the reason I want to talk about this permit is because this is a perfect example of a business that is doing something that the province needs it to do in cleaning up and dredging in the Fraser River. And a permit that I know personally that we tried to navigate through a number of different mechanisms, and frankly, I was frustrated, just could not get this going on. And I can suggest that if you saw the operation or if you had the opportunity, you would see that this is an incredible service to the province. This sand, I don't want to go on too much about it, but the sand is unique in that, it's sold to dairy farms and golf courses. It's actually sold nationally to create quick concrete in the province. And so this is an incredible operation. But what's more important is that I provided at the time letters from not just the federal government, but certainly from companies like C-SPAN, suggesting that this dredging has to be done and that the river is now at a point where it was unsafe. And so you talked earlier about, information that has been provided in files, and sometimes you open them up. And, Chair, the minister spoke earlier about, opening up a file and realizing 2 or 3 paragraphs in, the information is not good information. And in this case, I can assure you that these folks have been doing this work on the Fraser River for decades, really. And so they're not new to it. They had the blessing of the federal government, but it's this government. I don't mean that to be partisan. I mean, it is the provincial government that, has held this up. And again, I just want to point to the fact that not only, does Sands Corp, employ a number of people in Langley, they are on a very pricey piece of real estate, which makes it difficult because they cannot commit, Chair, year to year to do this work. And so, of course, they have a very expensive lease in place and all of those things that a company has done this work for decades. And so the challenge really has come to a point where, frankly, we may lose this. Now, the alternative, I'm told, is that the province will do the work and they will take the sand and we will throw it in the ocean at a cost of around $6 million. Now, I don't want to belabor the point, but here we have a business that is yearly able to do this work for us if we allow them to do it at the right time of the year, because it cannot be, and that was another challenge, right? We've got people in a ministry that are telling these folks when and when they can't do the water, that have done it for decades, when they can do the dredging. The problem is they have to do it at a certain time because the water's too high, there's other challenges. And so the professional in the room, frankly, in my opinion, was them. And at every corner, there was another barrier. So we stand to lose, I think, companies like this. Now, specifically, I want to know if there's any consideration to providing something more than year-long contracts for companies like this. And then also, I'm very interested in understanding where the ministry actually sits with respect to the dredging of this river. I'm told that there was an accident last year off of one of the bridges in Langley where somebody dove in, and it was, of course, very shallow. So this is not just an issue at that particular location, it's an issue throughout. So 2 questions there, I guess. Will the ministry look at potentially considering longer permits for companies like this? And maybe a third question in there, is there a need in the legislation to actually change the act to consider some other terms? And what I mean by that is that one of the references that I've heard is that periodic maintenance, dredging of navigation channels needs to be considered in the actual act. And we don't have to get into the weeds on that today, but I think I find myself in a place of asking about 5 questions in one here, so I apologize for that. But I think there is much to debate and discuss on this topic, and love to hear the answers from the minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So part of the context of the dredging in this part of the world is the federal government used to play a significant role both in the main channel dredging and in the smaller tributaries, the side channels. We're just checking on the date of when the feds began to pull back on the side channel component, but let's say somewhere around 2009. We'll verify that. So there's been a changing relationship for the provincial government with respect to what to do about this, because there's a lot of important commercial and ecological interests on those side channels. It's an ongoing theme sometimes with our federal partners in terms of the roles they used to take and ones they don't take anymore. The specific company and the specific proposal, they were given a permit back in October of last year. It allowed the activities to take place between December and February within the year. The main concern was around impacts to sturgeon, which my friend would know is a species very much of concern for us. And to the question about multiple year permits, this permit is actually authorized right through to 2026. So there's multiple years in which they can have this, opportunity, and we think that's good. Last piece, just for contextual sake, is the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority has operations for main channel dredging and responsibilities to do that. But ideally, this is a good window in which to operate and be able to do this happens when working in river systems at there are certain times of year, be it salmon spawning, be it sturgeon in this case, where there's just certain sections a year where it's just ecologically would very much do damage to a species that we're spending quite a bit of time and money trying to recover back because of the value of sturgeon ecologically, economically, culturally to people in the Fraser River, which my friend I'm sure knows.
Member.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was aware that it had been issued for 2026, and so again, just to the point that the dredging is very expensive, of course, right? And obviously there's deposits that are required and all kinds of other things, and that was part of the holdup, or part of the concern was that there had to be a deposit paid, but we still did not have clearance, right, for the actual work. So I'm glad to hear that we've got 2 years, right? But again, the period of time, while it might be appropriate for sturgeon or for the government, there are other factors that the company has to consider with respect to safety. But I want to go back to the business portion of this, and that is, 2026 is great. Let's face it, that's really in their lifetime. That looks like 2 years to us, but for them, there's a lot that happens there really in the space of a month, right? So again, in the letter that I sent to, then Minister of Forests, of course, in 2023, I was requesting something in the order of more like 10 years of permitting. And so I really think this is important for an operation of this size. And while I'm honed in on Sandscorp, they're not the only ones, right, that do this very important work for us. But it's extremely difficult for companies like this to plan on only a year or two worth of permits. So one more time, is there any consideration given to much longer permits, 10 years? I can appreciate, again, that we're talking about, sturgeon, which are obviously an incredible bounty for us in this province and need to be protected. So that's not the argument at all. The argument is, what's the business model for these companies that are faced with a huge cost, not just of operating, but their costs of deposits that need to be made, and they will not make them without that permit in place, right?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the encouragement. There's a couple of things in this. I want to say philosophically, what my friend is pointing out, that there are certain business cycles that a year-to-year, in some cases month-to-month permits are very, very frustrating because it doesn't allow the investors and the companies to operate in the way that they want. There's a number of permits that are implicated by this, not just Water Sustainability Act permits. And so what we were looking for is how much leniency do we have under the way that the WSA is written right now to allow for an even longer permit than the one that we've issued through to 26. Perhaps we're going to get back and engage next week on this, and we'll have some more information. But I would say if there are legislative requirements, amendments, changes to statutes that allow us more flexibility in permitting operations, that allow them to go further, make more and significant investments, that's something that we want to be open to. Last thing I would say is that there's a way to issue these permits, because the Fraser in particular is such a changing environment. One could imagine that dredging that would be a good idea 1 year, 3 years down the road may have different ecological impacts. And so government has to retain the ability that if systems change fundamentally, we retain the ability to continue to protect the values, the sturgeon, and other things that we talk about. So not adverse to the idea of extending these things. I know the chair is wanting me to wrap up. Let us come back when we continue estimates review just with respect to the WSA and this particular permit, because I don't want to leave the members or the company that's implicated astray with any comments that I make here today. And with that, Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned.